The reason retail PvP is bad. All right, let's look at this. I haven't looked at any WoW stuff for a while.
Okay. I don't... How do I talk about this? Raikou, if you guys don't know, is one of the most distinguished WoW pros in the AWC. He's
crazy.
had many tournament wins over many expansions. Highly respected mage player in the community. And Vanaruki, same thing.
Yep.
Let's get into this just a little bit. In general, Dragonflight PvP, and most likely the War Within, just suffers from the same problem. Everything is catered towards Mythic Plus so that everyone has to do insane AoE damage and everything has to AoE. But this is the exact opposite of what Arena is supposed to be. This is...
I think that's probably true. He's probably right.
Very well said. This is very well said.
This, by the way, is the reason why PvP in an MMO will always be bad. And you should never try to make PvP balanced in an MMO, because in doing so, like, PvP is always going to be a side game. It's always a side game. The majority of people, unless it's like one of these like niche PvP MMOs, if you have a big game, the majority of people are not going to be doing PvP.
I talk about this all the time on my stream. I say this all the time. Raikou said it very well. This is the major issue with retail PvP right here. And the thing is,
I think the major issue, honestly, is the fact that there's too many buttons. There's too many buttons. There's too much going on. It's hard to keep track of what's happening, and it's confusing. Like, that's the reason why I don't play. Like, for me, I can't tell what's happening in the game in PvP, and I've played it for 15 years. Like, half of the plays that people try to make, I don't really fully understand them.
I don't even blame Blizzard.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Because if 90% of your player base plays Mythic Plus,
exactly,
and 10% of your player base plays Arena,
who are you
going to
design for?
Makes
exactly,
sense
yeah,
to
it's
me.
common sense.
So I don't even blame them, but it's still true. So let's get into this a bit deeper. Raikou also tweets,
this is definitely true. However, one of the reasons is that I think that PvP in games that are MMOs, it's just like an MMO PvP is, like, in my opinion, an oxymoron, right? Because MMOs are built off of consistent character progression that you work towards over time, and PvP is built around fighting in an arena and, you know, having a challenge with another player. How can you do that in an uneven battlefield? You can't. It was doomed to begin with. From the very beginning, it was doomed.
the most noticeable thing about playing Cataclysm compared to retail is that in Cataclysm, my spells, mage, are single target. My Ice Lance, my Orb doesn't go on CC targets. Single target damage is high. Meanwhile, in DF, Sheep is 6 seconds, and I AoE on every button I press. Everyone else AoEs as well. Once again, yes, very well said. If you want PvP to return to this like really high skill expression, AoE spamming should probably not be a part of it. But that ruins Mythic Plus, so it might not be a good idea for Blizzard to do that, but it's still worth...
That's probably true. Like, I'm thinking back, and like every expansion since like Legion, whenever I had the highest rating, our strategy was usually to kill everybody at the same time. Like, yeah, just get them all together and like do Whirlwind, Sweeping Strikes, and Blade Storm, and then they're dead. And if that didn't work, then you're dead. Because they are doing Whirlwind, Sweeping Strikes, and Blade Storm, and they killed you.
Talking about and saying that this is probably a root fundamental issue.
Yeah.
The other issue is self-healing. So you have like two massive issues. Self-healing is too high. That's talked about. We've done that. We've packed that. Everyone gets that. Everyone agrees there, right? Self-healing.
Yes, 100% it is. It's not even close. This happened in like Mists of Pandaria, is whenever it really kind of escalated, and then in Legion it was like
way
huge.
too high. But the other pillar is this. AoE for every class, mobility for every class, like, is just too high because of Mythic Plus. It needs to be that way for the Mythic Plus design to actually make sense.
Yeah.
And I thought Raiku's just said it very well. Once again, Raikou says, can we please change this? This is a good example. It should be a node here. Instead of picking splitting ice, it should be your Ice Lance now does 25% more damage, but it doesn't cleave. Stuff like this is horrible for PvP. So once again, splitting ice makes your Ice Lance...
Nobody cares about PvP. Look at this. This guy's one of the most popular, or one of the most, like, renowned, like, PvPers. This post has 27 likes. Blizzard doesn't care about them. The sooner that PvPers realize that Blizzard doesn't care about you, and you should spend your time, like, just stop. Like, the best thing, if I knew somebody who was trying to get into competitive WoW PvP, I would give them the best advice possible, and I would tell them to quit. Stop it. Go learn League of Legends, go learn Valorant, go learn Counter-Strike, and invest your 10,000 hours into a game that matters. The player base doesn't care about you. The developer doesn't care about you. Viewers don't care about you. And you don't make any money. What are you doing?
Split, but then it breaks CC. So instead, it should be a choice node, and for PvP, you would choose, like, your Ice Lance does more damage, but it doesn't split. Or your Ice Lance doesn't do more damage, but it does split, and you choose one. So you can choose, like, a single target build or an AoE build, and that would make a lot more sense. And then Veneruki says, this talent has always made me laugh. It cleaves your spells and gives your single target damage. It would be awesome if it was a choice
Tough
node.
choice there.
But there's lots of examples like this. The same thing with Comet Storm, the same thing with Ice Nova, right? You have these, like, AoE classes just start to build up, and it's like, wait, no, we want options to make single target specs so that you make CC great again. So you go for CC chains and burst and stuff like that. But anyway, we'll kind of venture there. I wanted to talk about this because I thought Raikou said it very well. I agree with Veneruki's take here, and a lot of people ask my thoughts on, like, War Within, and, like, essentially this is it. It's like, well, I mean, it's gonna be awesome.
It's PvP in WoW has been dead since Mists of Pandaria. Like, really, like, WoD, it was, like, kind of there, but the truth is that everybody who wanted a competitive third-person, single target or single unit competitive experience, a huge group of those people moved over to MOBAs. And also, like, the player base just isn't there. Like, you don't have people that are playing and queuing BGs anymore because they're hard to understand. You don't know what's going on. There's just too many things in the game for a normal person to get into the game and be able to understand it. Like, for example, I could watch, like, a PvP video from, you know, like, Pat, or, like, the Maydai videos or Swifty videos, and even if you didn't really understand the game, you could pretty much see what was happening in classic WoW PvP. You could get it. You know what I mean? Whereas in retail, you can be playing the game. You can be actively playing the game, and you will understand less than you did if you didn't play the game and you watched the classic PvP video. You can't do it.
If you're a Mythic Plus player or a World First Raider, but if you're a PvPer, like, there's some really fundamental root issues.
BGs are hard to understand.
Yeah, so anyway, that's my take.
Yeah, they are massively too hard to understand. Way too hard to understand, and I think this is what's happening, right? Is that you have these games, and they're so complex. And also, why would somebody care about PvP in an MMO?
Self-healing.
Like, where is the audience coming from that cares about PvP in an MMO? Because all of the people that care about MMO PvP in the context of, like, what do you call it? All the people that care about MMO PvP in the context of a competitive environment are automatically going to move away, and they're not going to like that. Because you're going into the game with an advantage that the other person doesn't have. So, like, how could you possibly enjoy a game if you want to play on an even playing field with somebody else? It's like you're starting with, you know, a scout and the other guy has an off. Like in Counter-Strike, like they have a massive advantage over you. Like that's it. Now, can you beat them if you're better than them? Yeah. But is it going to be harder? Absolutely. So that's what happens. And you losing those people, and then the people that care about getting better gear and then just stomping people, you can't do that as much as you used to anymore because of stat scaling. And also, it doesn't feel as good because of the way that the game is designed. So who are they making the game for? Like, where is this target audience of PvPers? Who are they? Where are they? Are they in the room with us right now? Probably fucking not, because they're gone. They stopped playing the game 10 years ago. Nostalgia Andes, yeah, exactly. I'll give you guys a link to the video. I agree with Zaryu a lot about this. The same 300 people with 20 characters? Yeah, exactly. Like, MMOPvP is because you can be a stronger character with skill, which is why it's good. It makes you go out of your way to get better, to go compete in the arena. I understand that's the way that you think about it, but I'll change the way that, like, this is the way that I think a lot of people think about it. They see somebody else that has an advantage over them, and they quit. Because they say, this isn't fair, I'm gonna lose. And how do I know that? Do you remember back in Classic WoW, when everybody was so adamant on the idea that people like the challenge of playing on a lower, on like a 60-40 PvP server where they're the minority? And like they like playing on a imbalanced PvP server because they like the challenge of having a bunch of other people around? And then you saw every single one of those servers go completely one-sided? See, people say this. They don't do it. That's not actually what people do. This is complete fucking, you know, oh, I'm a badass, I'm a badass. And then, like, you're getting killed by 4 people at the same time. You have no chance of winning. This happens to you for 2 hours and you quit the game. Like, that's it. You think you do, but you don't. Well, yeah, you think, exactly. Or everyone did AVV, did in PvP. It turned into a PvE race. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. I also tend to dislike MMO PvP because the class balance has to be very good for it. And it's never going to be very good. That's the thing, is that you're never going to get people to respect asymmetrical PvP. It's literally that simple. If you go into combat with an advantage that somebody else doesn't have, that is not something that you are like choosing for that round. Why not? Because it's not fair. What do you mean, why not? It's not fair. One person has an advantage the other person doesn't have. They win. Well, it's not enjoyable anymore. Life isn't fair? I know, but people are playing video games to get away from life. Think about it. We don't want it fair? You say we don't want it fair. But the numbers indicate otherwise. And that's the difference. People love to talk a big game about this stuff, but the truth is that when you see people that are going up against insurmountable odds, and people that are going into a fight knowing that they have an 80% chance of losing because of something that, you know, is external to the fight, you see people not queuing up anymore. They're quitting. And every single observable metric proves this. It's tedious. Yes, exactly. You say you want it to be fair because you think you're going to win. Exactly. Of course. Some people just want to go seal clubbing. Yeah, exactly. Asman, such a fried take for someone who did in PvP and retail for 4 years. What about what I'm saying isn't true? Mr. I have a WoW profile picture. This is a World of Warcraft profile picture. It's not a good transmog. It's a full set. It's a full set with the TCG tabard set. Or a TCG tabard. It's not even a big deal. What is it? And also, why would I PvP in a game that I think isn't very, like, I don't think the PvP experience is good and it's not enjoyable. Why would I play it? What's the logic there? I'm explaining why I don't play PvP. I don't find it fun. I think it's annoying and it's stupid. So yeah, why would I do that? If I want PvP, I could just play a PvP game. First of all, you get geared in PvP really quick. You didn't listen to what I said. It's still asymmetrical. It is. It's asymmetrical. It's not even confusing. Brother, well, bro, this guy, damn, bro, this guy's so annoying. All right, I'm gonna ban this guy. Okay, anyway, so, not this one. It's just somebody else typing this, like, weird fucking bullshit. Like, I don't know, like, bro, it's so fucking weird. Like, what are you, Jesus Christ, get the fuck out of here. Anyway, so yeah, it's fine after 20 hours. Yeah, why would somebody play? Step 1, find a friend. Step 2, play 2v2. and have fun? No, you're not going to have fun. See, like, you don't even understand. What's your character name? Give me your character name right now. I'm going to look you up. What is the character right there? What's the picture of that character? That's a Night Elf rogue. I'm pretty sure it's a Night Elf rogue. Windhawks? What server? So I guess he must be in the EU servers, but I don't think I can even go to that. Ah, fuck, I can't find it. Yeah, that's too bad. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. I apologize, guys. I don't think it's going to happen. Wait, oh, I might have it here. One more, double check. I can't. Okay, well, anyway, I guess we're not going to be able to do this. I apologize. So, yeah. Anyway, the armor set that you're wearing in that picture is from Legion. This is an elite armor set. I think it's actually a, that's the mythic armor set from Legion. So, you have played the game at least for 7 years. Or 8 years, probably. So, what are we talking about that, like, this is, like, for you, it seems easy. Just do in EU, yes. Just use check.pvp. Okay. Check PvP. Wow. I've never seen this before. Yeah, I've never seen this. Okay. Search your profile. Okay, here we go. 528. He's 2400 rated. And how long has this guy played the game? Is there a way I can actually just click on this? Yeah, here we go. Oh, this makes it way easier. All right, so you have 7,000 achievement points, and how long have you played the game? Legacy achievements, let's go ahead and scroll down. Dungeons. So, expansion features, current world events maybe, character. 2016 at least, right? You've played the game since 2016. There are a lot of people who have been very outspoken about me not knowing what I'm talking about. But what I think they don't understand is that their experience playing the game is so much different than somebody who is new to the game. That's 8 years, man. I agree, it's really bad for new players or people who don't put effort in. Why would somebody want to put in effort when they're losing an unfair fight? You queue into a match, you lose to somebody who has better gear than you, and you're dead. Why would somebody do that? Why wouldn't they just immediately stop playing and play another game where they're not at a disadvantage? And I'm thinking about this from a perspective, because I know the reason why, right? It's so you can get the gear and do it to somebody else. Sure. But that is not what PvPers and people that actually like a competitive environment want to do. That's what MMO Andes want to do. Getting gear is not an issue. In Dragonflight, Source, trust me, bro. You don't start with the gear. And if you think that it's not an issue, you don't understand how much free time people have. And why would somebody, how many hours do you think it takes to get fully geared at the beginning of a new season? 4 to 8 hours. So you're telling me that within 4 hours, you can get the best PvP gear in the game? No. Okay, of course not. Right, of course not. So, here's the point, okay? My point that I'm making is that WoW PvP is... it is made for no one. The high-end competitive players don't really get any sort of like real advantage from playing the game, because like so if you want to compete in a game and make money, like let's say you're a 19-year-old young buck, right? You're a 19-year-old guy and you really want to get into esports. Why would you start playing World of Warcraft? Why wouldn't you start trying to play League or another game that's more popular? So you don't have the young players that are trying to get into the game because they want to be in the competitive scene, because there is no competitive scene, right? There's just a handful of old people. So the second thing, the average casual player is getting alienated because they are playing asymmetrical PvP against somebody who's way better than them. Then number 3, you queue into 1700 2v2s, you're going to see somebody who's a gladiator. That's insane. It's insane that that happens. So you're playing against people that have a 10-year advantage over you and that have 0.5% achievements, and they're just going to stomp the shit out of you. Right, take a step out. Anyone who starts playing League today is at a massive disadvantage. They are at a massive disadvantage, but here's the difference. they stand to gain way more. People care about League, and you can make a lot more money playing League. That's the difference. Asymmetrical PvP only works in large-scale battles? Yeah, listen, it's this simple. No one will ever care about or respect asymmetrical PvP other than the spectacle of it. That's it. To the extent that you can queue in with a tool or a resource that somebody else cannot queue in with, nobody will ever respect or care about that. Period. That's it. Don't try to make MMO PvP competitive. Try to make it fun. And if you do that, maybe things would be okay. But yeah, anyway, that's what I think. I think WoW PvP is dead. It was always destined to die. And now it's so dead that nobody cares about it. And there's just a few old people that are trying to relive the glory days of 15 years ago. That's all there is to it. Anybody who cares about PvP is playing a different game. So yeah, that's about it.
Import tool that allows you to quickly import.
Kick is cooked. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's no secret that Kick.com is the communal porta potty of the internet, a dumpster fire of a platform.
Well, I'd say 4chan is, but, you know, this is second.
That is being artificially thrust into our culture. But what exactly is Kick.com? It's the brainchild of Stake.com's founders, Eddie Craven and Bijan Tarani. Both of them are allegedly billionaires in their late 20s. And that's billion with a B, all thanks to their crypto casino. Based out of Australia, Stake is the largest crypto gambling website in the world, and it dwarfs its competitors. Part of the website's success is thanks to their streamer to gambling pipeline that
Man, if I ever go and like visit, I wanna go to Trent's new apartment. Dude, that place looks so nice. Oh, he only won 87,000? That's nothing.
that they conveniently set up for themselves. Paying the top streamer
15 million. Okay, that's pretty good.
exorbitant salaries to gamble in front of their live audiences in an effort to acquire new gambling addicts.
Absolutely.
Which means Kick.com is operating with a seemingly infinite budget, all thanks to their parent company. Since I don't have the luxury of taking blood deals to make a living, I have a unique talent of converting brain rot into YouTube ad revenue. And thanks to the best browser in the world, my online experience is cracked. Which is why today's video is sponsored by Opera GX.
It's Microsoft
Opera GX
Edge.
is here to mog your current browser. In fact, I like to think of Opera GX as the alpha male when it comes to surfing the web. And that's because they have so many features and customizations that allow you to have the best experience online. Using their GX mods feature, I picked the Dark Souls mod that transforms my browser into an immersive adventure. And best of all, they have so many unique mods to choose from. Not only does Opera GX look better than other browsers, it's smarter too. Opera GX now has native integration with generative AI. Personally, I use the ChatGPT feature all the time. It's super convenient that it sits right there on your sidebar, and it's just one click away. Everyone knows that switching browsers can be a pain in the ass.
I've used Firefox ever since I was in high school.
It's a quick import tool that allows you to quickly import all of your settings from your previous browser. And get this, it's also compatible with every single Google Chrome extension. It's time to start browser maxing. Download Opera GX for free at operagx.gg/Philion2, or just click the link down below. And thank you to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. So you may be asking, why would they even branch out in the first place? Perhaps they see an opening for competition considering the current state of other live streaming platforms. Twitch is a softcore website for 12-year-olds and middle-aged men from Turkey that form parasocial relationships with OnlyFans hoes. They have horrible creator payouts, walk back every policy they put in place.
I do think that, like, by the way, I think that the whole Twitch is a porn site, I think this is totally overblown, and that's easily provable by statistics. But if you don't go on Twitch all the time, and if you just log on to the website, for a long time, they had a big problem with the recommendeds. So, like, what ended up happening was, like, the recommendeds for Twitch were, like, always promoting porn, right? You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Always promoting porn. And so what ended up happening is that everybody would think this, right? And so, like, Twitch has done a lot to deserve this reputation, even though it's not accurate if you look at the data.
More ads than Times Square, and apparently
It is nuts. Like, bro, the ads on this fucking website are insane.
predator problem, which Kick seems to also copy. Let's be
Every social media website has a predator problem. Every single one. It's a big problem. It's a huge issue. I wish more people realized what the issue was. Yeah, I mean, like, let's be real. Like, this is, yeah, it's a huge problem. Like, and this is the problem, right? Is society has a predator problem? Yeah, right. But, like, what I'm saying is, like, a lot of people have, like, an idealistic perspective of this. They're like, oh, well, people should just stop committing crime. Oh! What? Well, let's just get rid of the jails. So, I feel like, really, I wish that people would, like, really talk about why this shit happens, how this shit happens. Like, here, let me go ahead. Let's just dial it down, right? Let's get right down to the basics. Girls that start an OnlyFans when they turn 18. How'd they find out about it the same day they turned 18? We all know the answer. Everybody knows the answer.
be honest, no one will ever seriously use Twitter or TikTok for live streaming. YouTube is actually great, but
Twitter or TikTok for live streaming? I think that a lot of people use TikTok for live streaming, actually. It's just that the audiences are completely different than Twitch.
since they're a respectable company, they have a low tolerance for degenerates. So where does that...
YouTube doesn't have popular live streaming primarily because, number one, I think people don't want to, like, stream and build a brand on two platforms at the same time because it's more stable, right? If you get banned on one, you don't get banned on both. I also want to try streaming on Twitter. I want to do it. Maybe at some point I will. I would like to try it just to see what happens, right? Just to give it a try. It'll be a good YouTube video, etc., right? And so, yeah. But, like, yeah, it's YouTube live discovery. That's what's problematic. YouTube live discoverability is awful. And I think that this is like a conspiracy theory I have. I think that the reason why YouTube is so unpopular, why YouTube doesn't do anything about it, I think YouTube loses money on live streaming, so they don't want people to discover live streams, but they can't remove the service because that will make them look bad. And like, this is a total fucking conspiracy theory.
leave Craven, Serrani, and other streamers they were able to convince to have part ownership of the company. Wanting to grab a slice of the creator economy and have full control over Zoomers' attention spans, they created Kick.com. Instead of doing something new and cool or standing for something, its culture is simply a reaction to Twitch's more strict, tough policies. Despite using Twitch's AWS IVS hosting service. So Kick pays Twitch to host their live streaming platform while competing with them. But here's the kicker. Kick doesn't have to care about turning a profit. All they really have to worry about...
If people ask, why does Amazon do it? I bet Amazon probably likes that more. Because I bet Kick is getting a rate that's higher than Twitch's rate for AWS. So effectively, they're selling the same thing to more people at a higher rate of money. AWS, you guys need to understand this. Like, if you were to look at a pie chart, I don't know if this is accurate right now, but I know that it's accurate with Microsoft. Microsoft, I was amazed at their web hosting, how much Microsoft web hosting makes them. It makes them more than fucking Windows does. So AWS is the same thing for Amazon, and Amazon will not remove Kick from AWS because it would look so bad business-wise, right? Like, think about what is the business optics of denying service to a competitor because you own one of their subsidiaries that they're competing against. That would look so bad on them, and it would shake people's confidence in AWS so much that they will never, ever, ever get rid of Kick.
About is funneling users to Big Daddy's stake. And the coolest part of all, one day, Kick plans to buy Twitch, creating one giant online monopoly.
That's gonna be really funny. Kick buys Twitch. I wonder what's gonna happen when that happens. So how much is Twitch worth? I bet Twitch is worth probably between $8 and $12 billion because it was purchased for $2 billion in 2000 and I believe 16 or something like that, right? So if you look at inflation, website growth, extrapolate that, I'm thinking $8 to $12 billion. And I don't think that Amazon will sell it because Amazon right now owns a monopoly on the way that people view live streaming. Even though YouTube is technically more popular, they have such a huge hegemony over live streaming and like that market share that I think that strategically Amazon sees Twitch as being a value add in the same way that Kick sees Stake as being a value add. Where like it exists, like, so Twitch doesn't exist in an ecosystem by itself. It exists in an ecosystem that is Amazon Prime, Amazon Movies, Amazon Music, right? And all of these things fit together and they create that ecosystem. In the same way that Kick exists in an ecosystem that funnels to Stake. Of course.
Of lobotomized slop. And the worst part of all, Kick is getting astroturfed into relevancy because of paid advertising in both traditional and digital media. And there's nothing anyone can do about it. Their pockets run so fucking...
I don't think that advertising is astroturfing. I feel like that astroturfing is different, but what he's saying fundamentally is true. That they are advertising a lot.
Deep, they just plaster their name on anyone and everything. And they have this really unique way of guerrilla marketing. No, it's cool, trust me. By letting their streamers do and say whatever they want, banning them for essentially 45 minutes, and then acting like nothing ever happened. They make headlines by being controversial. It's real.
I don't think that Kick likes that. I mean, I haven't talked to Eddie or anybody, Train X, or anybody that like is in ownership over there, like anytime recently about this. But I bet they wish that that this wasn't happening. But if they get rid of it, then they remove their competitive advantage, right? So right now, Kick's competitive advantage is that you can do whatever you want. So if you make it to where people can't do whatever they want, why wouldn't you just go back to Twitch? You see what I'm saying?
Really that easy. Besides being a copy and paste of Twitch, their policies are meaningless because they don't enforce anything unless blatant legal action is involved. There's no such thing as bad press. So who are these villains? Wreaking havoc, causing chaos, staging fake predator stings, nearly killing people in public, and soliciting minors? Meet Natalie Reynolds. Natalie Reynolds
geez, I remember
recently
this.
went viral for
we saw this.
convincing
This
a
was in
homeless
Austin.
woman to jump into a body of water when she didn't know how to swim.
Right? No. No. All right. You know why I wasn't going to?
Streaming is easy. Being good at streaming is hard.
because my feet were getting
You should
hot.
just jump in right
But
now.
I'm gonna jump in with my shoes on.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Ready? Oh.
I also have to ask, where is the can we just take a step back and ask the question, where is the entertainment value in getting a fat homeless person and talking them into jumping into a lake? Because, like, I don't, like, that wasn't very exciting for me. Like, bum fights went way harder than this. Way harder. What? This is boring.
Wait, what the fuck? Did you see your ass? What?
So boring.
Oh,
You said it was okay.
You said you wanted to swim.
You told me to jump in.
I didn't tell you to jump in.
Yes, you did. Yeah. You said you were gonna
Thank you guys. We're gonna have you guys get up.
Wait, who is that? The fuck is going on? We should... I don't.
I can't swim. I can only float.
Oh, she might literally die.
No, stop. Seriously, don't stop. Please, you're actually freaking me out. Oh, please.
Obviously, this lady has some sort of faculty that's not all there. She's
Well, she just stupid, right? She just stupid, yeah.
impressionable and did what Natalie said. According to the Austin Fire Department, they had responded to an emergency at Lady Bird Lake. The woman was reportedly offered
Jesus.
$20 to jump into the water.
We leave.
Oh, this
I think what's really annoying about this is the fact that this girl isn't in jail for doing this. Or there is no, like, accountability for it. That's what makes me mad. I don't really care a lot about, like, I've said this before, I don't really care about somebody getting banned on a website because she'll just go to another website and do it over there. I care about, like, if you are in jail, you also are effectively banned from Kick because you can't stream from jail. Or at least it would be harder to stream from jail.
Dude, Natalie.
Dude, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I didn't know. She said she's drowning. She said she's drowning.
I think you literally just heard it.
No,
Run
I
away.
didn't, I swear. No, I didn't. Let's go.
It blows my mind how incompetent these losers are. I have to remind myself that they treat people.
Well, it's also like it's so boring. Like, bro, like, as I said, like Jackass, like bum fights, Live Leak, like that stuff was way more exciting than this. This isn't even exciting. It's boring. Like, the big fucking climax moment is a homeless person jumping into a lake. That's the worst stream ever. That's all. It's so boring. It's lame, yeah.
Real life like a video game when they stream. Actual people are NPCs to them that trigger real-time events.
You know who should stream on Kick? Hunter Biden.
And
I'd watch that.
instead of doing anything productive at all for the situation that she just
Streaming is easy. Being good at streaming is hard. Hopefully now he understands.
Before I even say anything, this is the guy we're talking about. All right, like this right here and this. Okay, like this is the person that I'm supposed to take seriously. So as you guys know, a few days ago I made a video about Hassan saying that 9 to 5 is, you know, not as socially draining as streaming. That streaming is the most socially draining thing you can do in existence, bro. You know, me talking in this microphone right now, oh, it's nowhere even near as hard as it is to press live and then play a video game, bro. You guys just don't get it. Yeah, so that's basically what Hassan said. So a bunch of people came to back him up. This guy included. His name is Asmon Gold. He used to be a World of Warcraft streamer, but after World of Warcraft died, he kind of moved on to other things, and those other things aren't really doing too well. His numbers are good, you know. I'm not saying that his like channel is like dying or dead or whatever, but like, I mean, apparently like his numbers are still like pretty good, but when it comes in terms to making other types of content and getting into these controversies and commenting on them, like this dude is very much controversy illiterate. Case in point, today's video. So there's this whole Twitter drama between like him and the guy who he's actually talking about in today's clip named Goblin, and he's like a weedtuber. And honestly, you know, I've been really big into weedtubers. You know, I really love Xcoda and Strain Central. I've been watching that guy since I was like 16. Like this guy actually has a whole like business where he like sells like Delta 8 or like actual like weed. Like this dude has an entire dispensary type business outside of YouTube that makes him money. And you know, he was agreeing that, saying, yo, you know, streaming is like really easy, I do it and I have fun, and like this guy has a whole business on the side that he manages and takes care of while doing streaming. And Asmon is like, actually you're wrong, yeah, no, you know what, just roll the clip, I've been yapping too long.
So there's a lot of people, streaming is literally the easiest part of being a content creator. You just sit down, make money, just spawns in. It's just so goddamn free. Who is this guy? Does he stream? Yeah, 400 viewers.
First of all, based Goblin, I just want to say that, bro. Man's OG tweet based. And then why is Asmon going over here saying, oh, you only have 400 viewers, bro? Oh, bro, what?
400 viewers.
As if, you know, him having less live count viewers on his stream than you invalidates his point somehow. Like, this is the cognitive dissonance with all these like super big streamers, man. Like there's a handful that have stayed humble. Like look at PewDiePie and Mr. Beast. They're probably the richest people to have ever made content on these platforms ever, but yet somehow they're not, you know, asshole rich people douchebags, bro. I wonder, dude, how, that's crazy to me, bro. You tell me it's possible to become rich and not lose yourself in the money?
Streaming is easy. Being good at streaming is hard. Hopefully now he understands.
Why did he say that like it's some big own to be like, oh, you only have 400 viewers? It's hard to be a good streamer, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say something that, you know, is maybe a little controversial, okay? Here's you guys' trigger warning. Building up a YouTube channel and building up a brand of any kind, to be honest, is hard. Building up a brand that a lot of people love and are willing to spend money and time on is something that is not the easiest thing to do. Building up a channel is where the hard work is, but once you get there, that's when it gets easy as fuck. And the thing is, these people aren't trying to say, yeah, building the channel, the work to get super big, that's what's hard. They're saying that actively what they're doing, having already made it, being already a millionaire, them doing that is hard, and it's, you know, so draining. No, it is not. The draining part is building up the channel, building up the streams, getting people to want to watch your stuff. That is the hard part, you know, because that's why everybody isn't a YouTuber or a streamer, because building that brand, that is where the hard work is. And once the brand is built, then you can sit back, relax, and do fuck all because a shit ton of money is rolling in, and you just gotta make your videos, do your streams, and have fun. Like, I genuinely thought that we all understood this. Like, anybody who's ever uploaded a Minecraft video onto YouTube and hoped that it would get 1 million views and then watched when it didn't, I feel like even on some level, those people understand, oh yeah, you know, building a YouTube channel, that's the hard part. But once you already super rich and big and all the money and views come rolling in, yeah, that's the easy part, because you just gotta stay consistent. That's like the only thing, is staying consistent, bro. Now, I can't speak from personal experience because my channel ain't super big. Hell, I don't even make money off my videos. YouTube took away my monetization because I didn't upload all last year. My bad. And I don't know what he's saying, like being a good streamer is hard. Bro, I've clicked on Twitch streams with people, you know, I have like tens of thousands of viewers, and it's just a lady in a hot tub writing people's names on her tit. You telling me that's hard? That's hard. People are watching that because they're horny. Like, like, unless your live show is, like, literally, like, on some game show type beat where there's a lot of setup and producers and stuff like that, it's not hard. Pressing live and playing a game and talking to a microphone isn't hard.
I understand, obviously, there's a lot of people. Bad take. Oh, isn't 400 viewers good? Oh, it's definitely good. But you're not going to go and tell somebody who's one of the top streamers on the entire platform that it's easy. Do you really think that Hassan's experience and this random's experience is going to be the same streaming? That's insane.
Hey, you guys remember what I was saying earlier about the hard part being building up the brand? Yeah, so Hassan actually used to be a host on this show called The Young Turks or something. So he already had an online presence when he was, you know, starting to do his own thing. He was already an established person on the internet when he started doing what he was doing. His experience hasn't been as hard as, so say, PewDiePie. PewDiePie was broke as hell, living with his girlfriend, you know, in like, you know, a really small apartment when he was trying to come up. I guarantee you PewDiePie had a harder time than Hassan did coming up. And one of the major differences between like being able to make it as a content creator or not is how much time you can put into this. Hassan never really had to worry about money. So I just saw this on Twitter and I don't know if this is legit or not, but if true, this is really funny. According to this Facebook post that might be him, his mom is a landlord. So his dad was like the CFO or like something like that of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And then his mom was a landlord that manages a bunch of commercial properties. So this man got to sit back, not have to worry about money, and focus on the YouTube and streaming grind. Versus somebody that has to work a bunch, like so say like a construction job, but also loves playing video games. I guarantee you that that person who used to work construction and, you know, really wanted to be a streamer but now can't because it's too draining being a construction worker. Yeah, bro. There's probably somebody who's way more entertaining that only has 30 viewers than Hassan, than Asmongold. Shoot, there's probably somebody out there that's more entertaining than me that deserves to blow up. But they won't, because the real thing that comes down to it is how much time you can put into this. And luck. Like, there is an aspect of luck to this. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it isn't. Like, it's some weird computer algorithm saying, hey, yo, let's actually push this video. And also, like, even 400 viewers is, like, more than most people on Twitch. Like, I don't understand what point he was trying to make here. Like, yeah, but he's such a big famous person. His life is so hard, bro. Like, everybody's always talking about him and all these things. Like, yeah, that's kind of what happens when you're famous. Like, you look up any random celebrity's name, go on Twitter, Reddit, any social media platform, and there's somebody talking bad about him just because they don't like him just because. It's a part of being, like, famous and making content is the fact that your content won't appeal to everybody. If everybody loved your content, then you'd be the only person making content, bro. Like, I genuinely don't understand what he was trying to say here. Like what? That Hassan has had it really hard because a lot of people don't like him because he's a grifter who came up with money and already had an established internet presence when his Hassan channel blew up? Like, it's pretty easy to gain a lot of followers on a channel if people already know who you are from another internet show or podcast. Like, even that one dude from Rooster Teeth who decided to quit and become a full-time streamer. That one dude from Achievement Hunter, I don't remember his name, but I remember watching him a bunch when I was a teenager. Like, that man's had an easier transition going from working full-time for, you know, another internet company where he was a prominent figure in Achievement Hunter YouTube channel, and then being like, hey guys, I'm leaving and starting my own thing. I guarantee you his transition into leaving that company and becoming his own boss, being a full-time streamer, was probably a lot easier than someone coming from the ground up out of nowhere. His name was Ray. I just remembered his name was Ray. But, like, that's besides the point. Hassan's experience has probably been one of the easiest experiences of somebody who started a channel and then became one of the biggest people. This man is basically a YouTube industry plant, and people are defending him for that. Like, if you like his content, whatever. Like, I don't care. People like my content, but don't like his. People like his and don't like mine. At the end of the day, it doesn't bother me, and it shouldn't bother anyone else. Who cares? Like, honestly, someone wants to say, oh, bro, Lofi, like, you suck. Like, your videos suck. There's videos on YouTube right now, like, shit-talking me. I've never made a response to any of them because I don't care. Like, you would think you would care even less once you making the milli of millies, bro. Honestly, this entire situation is so dumb. Like, if you want to go look at the whole Twitter thread between, like, this Goblin guy and Asmon Gold, I'll, like, link it in the comments in the description or something. It's honestly a pretty funny read. You know, I'm not a Twitter versus guy. I'm not gonna sit here and do Boblax's job. But, bruh, I thought the whole point of, like, doing this YouTube stuff was like, hey, there's this thing I love to do. Let me record it and put it out there. I want people to see it. Oh, crap, it's starting to make me some money. Maybe I should continue with it, and maybe one day I could do it for a full-time job. My real job kind of, you know, stressful. I thought that that was, like, the whole point is, like, have fun with your content, and then maybe one day make it so you can quit your real job and then make a couple milli having fun. Like, I thought that was the average YouTuber experience. Really not for these people, though. Apparently, it's all about the money now because it's so draining to keep up their rich, affluent lifestyle that they have to slave away at the gaming keyboard every day. Like, bro, the majority of these people have more than enough money to just drop like $1 million or $2 in like the S&P 500 and then just collect the dividends and live perfectly fine. Like, this conversation gets had every couple of years, and it's always the same thing. I am super rich guy. It's really hard staying super rich doing this specific thing. When there's, like, way easier things to do. Like, literally, there's companies that exist to take rich people's money, put it into stocks, and grow it so that they can sit on their ass and do nothing and make more money. They're called hedge funds. Literally, either one of these people, whether it be Asmon, Gold, or Hassan, could easily just take a couple million of their dollars they got saved up, throw it into a hedge fund, and still make a couple $100,000 a year and just be vibing. Like, why are you guys still doing this YouTube stuff if it's such a hard, draining thing, bro? Like, I'm not trying to say that maybe they don't put effort into their content or like what they do, right? Like, I guarantee you that Tony Hawk puts effort into every kickflip he does. Doesn't mean that it's not super easy for him. I don't know, bro. Basically, the moral of this video is, if you become super rich, don't start talking about how hard it is to be rich because you just look out of touch. Anyways, I really hope you guys are all have
caused, she ran away. Oh, that's easy to say, sitting behind a keyboard. What would you have done? Fucking jump in. Basic life skills, people. I was a life...
No, I think that she actually made the right decision by walking and getting away. She was clearly told to leave by the people that work there because they were going to deal with it. They're the ones that are the experts and professionals in dealing with people in that situation. She did make the right call walking away. Like, it is, right? It is. Like, you remember? Yeah, I remember what happened. It's a liability. Yeah.
Guard before a YouTuber. Streamers aren't actualized adults. They're frothing at the mouth for updates on the internet. Meet Neon. He recently got into a hit-and-run accident with Squeeze, who's one of the main illegal street racers in New York. There's a whole subculture of swimming, which is just weaving in and out of traffic as fast as humanly possible.
Please! No. Let me out. Squeeze! No, please. I'm gonna jump out. Squeeze!
Yeah, so they're hitting
It's like 120, 130. That's not that crazy.
Mach 5 in a rented Lamborghini Urus, and that is indeed Neon, shrilling like a harpy.
The cop's right there. Oh my god, he almost crashed. Chill, stop. You're tripping. Squeeze, it's a cop. Squeeze, it's a cop. It's a cop, you're tripping. Squeeze. I'm gonna get banned on kick. Squeeze.
Imagine screaming, I'm going to get banned on kick. That's where your brain goes, not, I'm going...
I mean, to be fair, there have been a lot of instances where somebody almost died on kick, they didn't get banned. So, I mean, like, getting banned on kick is like, that's like a higher tier than even dying. You think about it. That's crazy.
Going to get a splatter spree on the Cross Bronx. We're in full Black Mirror.
Alright, we're good. Calm.
I know plenty of people that drive like this, by the way.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Idiot.
What the fuck?
What an
they didn't
idiot.
just leave. They recorded themselves leaving. I'm fairly certain the driver who rear-ended them was part of their crew or was also partaking in the swimming, so it wasn't an innocent civilian, but it's still brainless behavior to live stream. Squeeze Benz, who was formerly anonymous, was arrested just a couple weeks later, and
See how easy that is? You see how easy that is? He not gonna do that again because now he in jail. Reckless endangerment, you're breaking the law, put him in jail. Fuck him. It's so easy. It's like, I don't understand what are we having all these problems with? What is all this shit going on? You know how to deal with this. You just put him in jail. Lock these people up? Yeah, lock them the fuck up. What is this? It's not hard.
Neon was banned on Kick. Not because they wanted to ban him, though. They just had to make a temporary example out of him. But he's unbanned. Because, you know, you live and you learn, right? Just a silly little mistake. W's in chat! Vitali. Everyone's favorite OG YouTube prankster, amateur porn star, drugged out woman beater is back.
I thought that was Ninja. Okay.
Back carrying out predator stings. Some fake,
Never mind.
some real. Who knows?
I love making out. Do you like to rim? You ask a 15-year-old if you like to rim? That's
unbelievable. No, he wouldn't like to rim in your hairy asshole. If he shaved, I would have thought about it and maybe let him do that. But we're not doing hairy assholes. And did you wipe today? Oh, you did. Oh my God, that's so cute.
The problem here is he's taking vengeance into his own hands for clout, like he's the fucking Batman of Kick, full on.
I think everybody would like it if Vitality was doing that and it resulted in them getting arrested. The problem is that the way he does it doesn't comply with the way the police need to do it, and he doesn't cooperate and work with the police. So, for example, I think if the end of that stream was this guy in handcuffs getting driven off by the police, everybody would be saying W Vitality. Right? Everybody would be like, yeah, great, awesome, good job, buddy. But, like, the problem is that you're doing it, and you actually make it to where, because now this guy got caught, he's going to play it a lot safer next time, which is going to make it harder for the police to catch him if they do want to actually go after him. So that's the, he never meets the end goal. It's a fake paid actor. Yeah, maybe it is a fake paid actor, but I'm saying, like, even if it's real, it's also bad.
Assaulting people, making them do insane shit for his chat's entertainment. And listen, these are supposed to be predators, so maybe their karmic retribution is actually getting clowned on by Vitali and his Scooby-Doo gang. I'm just confused. Like, what is the law here? Can I go out on the street and just start murking preds for some stress relief? Can me and the boys just go full Jason Bourne on a motherfucker? Humiliation is one thing, and that's not where they stop. And it's murky at best whether or not law enforcement actually gets involved, but nonetheless, some of his most famous...
Well, like, YouTube had this policy with, I think it was EDP, where it was like they didn't want people doing vigilante justice. And was it Jadeon that got banned? I think it was Jadeon, right? I'm trying to remember, like, yeah. So basically, the reason why he got banned is that it's okay to do this, but law enforcement has to be present in the video. It's not like you can't go out and, you know, put on your superhero costume and go catch these people, right? That's the only difference. Yeah, a guy EDP is wearing a Steven Crowder now. Yeah, I'm not sure. Vigilante justice is never okay. Vigilante justice is bad. Yes, it is. It is bad. It is bad, period. It's bad, 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 bad.
Stings include dueling a guy for his freedom, having a man drink out of a dog bowl, hospitalizing an alleged predator because a bystander knocked him out, and his...
Even if you're Batman, Batman's not real. That's the difference. So, like, this is one of the big things that people get confused about. So if you look at Batman,
one of the big differences between Batman and things in real life is that Batman is like a cartoon, like somebody drew him, and so like yeah, it's not real, and that's the big difference. Yeah.
Hit the concrete.
I'm embarrassed. Hey, I hope those cameras follow you. I hope they follow you, because I got kids. Hopefully, I got kids.
Catching the producer of 1996 Space Jam? Look, expose them all. Sure, but are they actually cleaning up the streets? That's anyone's guess. The fact of the matter,
I think that it is a net negative that they are doing this, but I'm not certain of that. The reason why I think that it's a net negative is that the awareness of this raises the awareness level of the other people that are bad actors like this and causes them to be more careful, which makes it harder for them to get caught. That is a very abstract argument that I'm making. So I don't really want to like sit and be like, I don't want to stand on business with this argument, but it's a feeling that I have.
is Vitali flew too close to the sun and is now getting sued for defamation. Man files.
Oh, hi, Cassie. Hi, congratulations on the show. I didn't see you in chat. Yeah, congrats. We watched it. It was great.
17-count lawsuit against YouTube personality Vitali after allegedly being shown in Predator Takedowns video posted on TikTok. Plaintiff claims he was wrongfully accused of being a predator and was physically and mentally abused in, quote, vicious attack. Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean that Vitali was right. Thank you so much. Of course.
Yeah. Kick streamer and YouTuber Vitali is being sued over his Catching Predators series after a man alleged that he was entrapped by the creator and subjected to abuse. Vitali has...
I actually am on Vitali's side with this. I don't think that you can entrap somebody to, like, the people... If somebody is not a freak and a weirdo, there's not going to be a series of words that you're going to get them to meet up with a 15-year-old to have sex with them. Like, entrapped my fucking ass. Like, what are you doing?
Has not commented about it, but he did go on to talk about the success of his series. Over 1 billion impressions later, we successfully finished Season 1 of Predator's Takedowns.
Oh, he's got a name
11
for
days, 33 pedos have been caught, exposed, some of them arrested, and the rest will be prosecuted.
I'm sure they will.
But now the real question is, who is ready for Season 2? And lastly, we have the soliciting of minors.
I know who's not ready for it. The law enforcement. Please work with them next time for Season 2 and you'll get everybody's support. Please just work with the law enforcement and like, I mean, because he's so close to doing a good thing. You're so close. Just do it.
Zerka and Heel Mike are maxers who perform the tried and true method of saying vile shit to bait clips and then go viral for controversy.
What do you like most about Mustache Man?
Their dick.
Got that Aryan dick,
Yeah.
Mustache Man, that Aryan dick. I can think of one guy with a mustache that he's probably referring to.
Let's be in there, right? Lightning War.
Yeah.
You're not actually underage.
I am. She is. I'm older than her.
2009.
I was in grade 9. So I was in grade 9 and you were like this. Coming out.
Yup.
You were harder.
They were both permanently banned on Kick for bringing minor.
It's weird for me to see John do that. I met John Zerka. I met him in like 2000 and like, what was it, 2018 or 19 or so? And yeah.
I have completed the DLC, and I have killed almost all of the bosses. I'm sure I think I didn't kill this Blood Fiend. I don't remember killing this guy. So maybe I missed him? I don't know. But other than that, I've pretty much done everything. So I'm going to be basing all of this off of my own personal subjective opinion. This is going to be what I think, and also it's going to be what I consider the highest quality bosses. That means the best bosses in a lot of different factors. Things like, for example, the difficulty of the boss, the lore of the boss, the way that the boss fights, everything like that. So Ancient Dragon Man. I'm going to put Ancient Dragon Man as a B. I think he's a cool boss. I think it's a great precursor for what you're about to go into whenever you're getting ready to fight Bale. I think this is a really, really cool boss. You get an awesome weapon that makes you do more damage against dragons. The weapon art for that weapon is really cool. And I think you put all those pieces together, and it's a B tier boss. Maybe even an A tier boss, but I don't really want to give it that much, okay? The next one, Ancient Dragon Sessax. This is a piece of shit garbage, and I'm going to put it in F. I think this is one of the worst bosses in the entire DLC, and I think it was one of the worst bosses in the base game as well. Let me explain why I think that. I think the hitboxes for the electricity are fucking annoying. Having to fight him in the water is also fucking annoying. And if you want to fight him somewhere else, you're fighting him up against the wall that obscures your vision. And I also think that as a collective, all of the dragons in Elden Ring, minus the obvious, let's go ahead and do it right now before I fucking forget. Bale is an S tier fight. It's probably the best fight in the entire game. And I'll be honest, it is the best dragon fight that From Software has ever made, and nothing else even comes remotely close. However, why is Bale a good boss fight? Bale is a good boss fight because it doesn't allow you to sit there and hit his feet the entire time without being punished tremendously. The reason why the other base boss fights in Elden Ring are dog shit is because those boss fights are, what do you call it? The damage component difference between like hitting the head versus hitting the feet is totally off. And I think that they should have made the Elden Ring bosses take 25% damage rather than 50% damage from the feet. That way it would encourage the player to fight the dragon at its head, because right now the best way to kill dragons is to just look at their foot the entire fight and then hit their foot and try to read animations based off of that. I think it's bad design, and I don't like any of the dragons. And the larger a dragon is, the worse the problem is, which is why Ancient Dragon Sessax is an F, because he's probably one of the biggest dragons in the game. So I think it's a terrible fight. It's ruined by camera angles. It's ruined by artificial difficulty. Not really artificial difficulty, but potentially artificial difficulty created by moving him out of the water. That creates another problem in itself. So all things considered, I think it's an F tier fight. I think it's probably the worst fight in the game. Black Knight Idrid, this is a guy that you fight inside of one of the castles. I think that all of these bosses, this is a good boss. The reason why I like these bosses is because I think they do a really good job of teaching a player what the fuck the weapon does. So it's like if you see one of these NPCs and you see the weapon like they're using, and it's like, oh my god, that's amazing, then you can just go and immediately use it. So because you kill them and you get the monster. They're just normal knights though? They're not. They have a couple of extra effects, but they are close to normal knights. So that's why it's a C tier fight, but it's not down here at the bottom. Black Knight Garrow, that's the same thing exactly. Now the Black Jail Knight. Oh, and I wanted to say before I do that, Bale, everything about this boss fight is peak. It's at the peak of a mountain. The summon guy is peak. The boss design is peak. The mechanics are peak. Everything about it. Is it the best fight From Software has ever made? Because it's between like Gale, Ishin, and I think Bale is on that list. It's a contender. Like if I was going to make an S tier list of all of the best boss fights in every From Software game, Bale would be at that top tier. Now, would he be at the top spot of that top tier? Hard to say. But he would be at the top tier. So, yeah. Black Jail Knight. I'm actually going to give Black Jail Knight a B below Ancient Dragon Man. The reason why is because I think that he is the first big reality check of the DLC. A lot of people are coming in with really buffed characters, and this guy hits you one time and you lose 70% of your health. He's not very hard. Like, I think that how many of you guys killed him in the first try, right? It's not that hard of a fight to do. However, it gives you a frame of reference to respect the new DLC at. So yeah, I refunded my DLC on him. Yeah, I don't think he's that hard. I don't know. I don't think so. Movement easy, but hits super hard. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he's a reality check. Chief Bloodhand, I didn't do this one, so I'm actually just not going to put him on the list. I don't think I even did this one. Commander Gaius. A lot of people don't like this boss because of the hitboxes. I'm going to give that an F. Bad hitboxes are a bad fight. It's that simple. Now, I fought this boss, and because I played the build that I did, I don't even know what he does. So, I have no idea. So, I'm taking your word for it. Sinesak should at least be an E for spectacle. No, I think any boss where the hardest component of the boss is something that the boss isn't doing, but the game is doing, like a camera angle. I'm gonna be honest, I think it's garbage, right? I think it's fucking garbage. So yeah, I hate those fights. I think they're trash. Count Ymir. I think he is B tier above Ancient Dragon Man, but not A tier. So this is the highest ranking that I think I can give something. Let me explain why. I think it's a great boss for lore reasons, and it's a great boss for like world building reasons, but it is an extremely easy fight. He only does like 2 different abilities, and the other NPC that he spawns, the girl that looks like Sauron, is also really not that hard. He has 2 attacks. Yeah, he is. And so like it's a B tier fight. That's my perspective. Lower than Black Jail Knight. I think that the lore behind it and like how you like move the fucking throne away, I think that's really cool. I think that's what takes it to a B tier. But if it's lower for other people, I can respect that. Curse Blade. Oh, I think this is, yeah, this is the one in the I think it's called Bonnie Jail. I remember I did this with Emmer, so I remember the actual boss name. I think this is a D tier fight. The reason why I think this is a D tier fight is because it is literally an outdoor encounter. Actually, E tier. It is an outdoor encounter, and the highest form of difficulty on this fight is being able to see what the fuck is going on, which I find to be extremely annoying. So you basically have an existing boss that everybody's already seen before, and it's just sitting there doing nothing. I don't know, guys. I think that kind of sucks. It's the same exact thing. So it's not that big of a deal. Dancer of Rana. You guys get to rank this one because I don't think that I know what even the boss does. What does this boss do? It's a C tier? Okay, that's fine. D tier is fine. Yeah, C for okay, but easy. Yeah, okay. We'll put it right there then. Death Knight version 1. Now, I did Death Knight version 2. I don't even know if I did Death Knight version 1. I think that these boss fights... very cool. Very cool fights. They're cool. That's it. The fight is cool. So that's the reason why it has a cool set. So good for both versions. Double axe is better. That's the one that I fought. Yeah, I did the double axe one. It was awesome, man. So yeah. The Deathrite Bird buffed. This is an E tier fight. It's just a existing fight that they just put in the DLC. I also think the Deathrite Bird is annoying to fight. I do. I think it's an annoying thing to fight, and it's just obnoxious. I also don't like the way that the fire deals damage in the fight. I just think it's annoying. And so, yeah, we know. Yeah, you guys know how I feel about that. Deathrite is F, worst boss in the base game, to be honest. It's probably one of the worst bosses. Yeah, it's just an annoying boss. Demi-Human Queen Mariga. I think this is also going to be the lowest E tier or the highest F tier. These bosses were easy in Limgrave, and they're still easy now. They've been easy the whole time. So yeah, it's not that bad. Exactly, it's a joke fight. But there you go. And the only difficulty of it is, what do you call it? The only difficulty of this fight is the fact that you have ads that are trying to attack you, which is so stupid. Demi-human Swordmaster Ons, A-tier fight. Actual A-tier fight, fucking awesome. This is such a cool fight. Yoda? Yeah, everybody's calling him Yoda. I love it. The mechanics that he does are really good. I think that he's not super aggressive or anything like that. It's just such a great fight. I really like it a lot. She can shotgun you? Oh, with the... Yeah, that thing? Yeah, I remember that. Demi-human Swordmaster, sick as fuck. Yeah, this is so cool. I like it a lot. Divine Beast, Dancing Lion. So now we have the first big decision maker. I refuse to put it in S tier because of the camera problems. I will not put it in S tier. I think it's an A tier fight. Like, I think a lot of us early on, like, if you had a good build, like, I killed this guy pretty fast, right? I think a lot of you guys probably killed him pretty fast. It wasn't really that bad. He also wasn't hyper aggressive. So, like, he was, but it wasn't as bad as some of the other bosses. I one-shot him? Yeah, that's pretty good, man. Yeah, I didn't one-shot him, I'll tell you that. I agree, camera's the only issue. Other than that, you never have to lock on. Yeah, exactly. Like, so, aside from that, I think the boss is very good. Yeah, it's the best boss music in the game. I kind of want to agree with you, to be honest. I think I do. Did you know it's two humans dancing in a costume? Yeah, I saw that tweet. I did. I thought that was pretty cool. Falling Star Beast buffed. E-tier fight. It's literally just the same exact boss. Yeah, it's just they just added that into the bit from the base game, right? I mean, it's not really that crazy, right? There you go. Midra music. I liked it. I don't know if I liked. I don't know which one I like more, to be honest. It's very hard to say. Furnace Golem. I think the Furnace Golems are... I like them. It's crazy to see some people saying F and some people saying A. I think that they were cool. I'm gonna give them a C. I think that the mechanics of killing them is stupid. But they're a cool boss, spectacle-wise and visual-wise. And because of that, I want to give them a C. That's what I think is fair. 2 attacks in half-hour fight. Yeah, no, I understand that. Reminds me of TBC Fell Reaver, he's just there. Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's the same thing. Remember, like, in Pal World, right? Whenever you would start the game and there'd be that big mammoth, and that's your benchmark, right? One day I'm gonna kill this bitch. So that's the way I see it. Next, Ghost Flame Dragon. That's my opinion. Dog shit. You hated him? Yes, I think it is a dog shit fight. Absolute trash. It's just another dragon. It's another dragon that's more annoying. Yeah, and especially the second version where it's really, really big. Like, oh yeah, this is really fun to fight something that you can't even tell what it's doing. It's so obnoxious. Nah, they're way better than Furnace Golem? No, I don't think so, because the Ghost Flame Dragons can one-shot you. The Furnace Golem doesn't do that much damage, so like it's got stupid mechanics, but it's probably not going to kill you that much. Whereas the Ghost Flame Dragon has stupid mechanics and it one-shots you. Golden Hippo. That's what I think. Absolute fucking F tier fight. Literal trash. Literal dog shit. Bad. Garbage. I'm gonna be real. Even in the open world? No, but those aren't golden hippos. The golden hippo has a second phase that the open world hippos don't have. So it's not the same thing. The reason why the golden hippo is really hard is because of its size and the place that you fight it in. I think that's a really shitty form of difficulty. I killed it pretty fast whenever I fought it. It took me a few attempts. It did. But after I figured it out and I knew what to do and I honestly got lucky, I killed it pretty fast. It has a shit hitbox, yeah, and also like the bite attack. Let me see if I can show it. I will. How many of you guys rolled out of the bite attack, but he would teleport you back into it? I had that happen to me. Bad boss. Anyway, it's an F. Great idea, though. By the way, if this boss had a little bit better hitbox for that one thing, and and it also had a better camera, like a better room to fight him in, it would be a great boss. Which is what I think makes it so disappointing. Worse than Gaius, because at least Gaius had some fun moves. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Jagged Peak Drake. It's just another, basically, Drake that has one extra move. Because of the one extra move, we'll put him above these. That don't even have one extra move, but it is just a re-add. The Lamenter. I think it's a B tier fight. Interesting, experimental, new, and different. That's B tier. Low A? No, I don't think it's a low A. It's definitely not an A, but that's about it. You can transform into a Lamenter as well? Yeah, sure. 2 dragons fighting puts it above Ghost Flame for me. That doesn't put it above, it puts it below, because it's annoying to fight 2 mobs at the same time. So yeah, Mesmer the Impaler. A lot of people really like this fight. I'm trying to think, is it an S tier fight? Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. I'm thinking about it so much AoE. It's not as good as Bale. I think Mesmer is like... Mesmer is closer to an A than it is to Bale. In my mind. I think the fight is good. It's a good fight. But I personally feel that way. S tier boss, unbelievable visuals, very fun to learn. A lot of fights don't do it right. Mesmer's challenging, but you can learn his patterns. Yeah. And I'm thinking about, like, yeah, because he is a very, very difficult boss. It's the lowest S. That's my opinion, right? Meter, Mother of Fingers. I think it's maybe, like, right here. For me, it's so... I think it's A tier for sure if you put everything into perspective, right? Because whenever you finally fight her, this is the culmination of, like, the entire storyline, or, like, you know, like a plot line in the entire story of Elden Ring. And you go to these huge areas with the fingers everywhere, you have those monsters, you're doing this quest line, you push this throne back like it's Legend of Zelda, and there's this massive fucking ladder down to the bottom, and then you're fighting her in this crazy fucking altar. It's so cool. I think it's an A tier fight. I do. Now, some of the boss mechanics for this boss I think are fucking stupid, but overall, that's why it's not an S tier fight. But everything else is the reason why it is an A tier fight. It's a little underwhelming for all the lore at hand. I don't really think so. I think the reason why you think it's underwhelming is that by the point that you get to her, you are probably so well geared and experienced that you are prepared to fight her and beat her easily. Didn't even know she could summon? Yeah, I had that happen once. I think the boss just punishes you for going on the sides, which is good. Yeah, I think I made a mistake by going on the sides of her too much, actually. That's actually a really good point, that very few bosses do punish you by just standing at their sides and exploiting them that way. And she does, which makes it good. Midra, Lord of Frenzied Flame. I think this is an S tier fight. Do I think that it is better than Mesmer? I liked it more than Mesmer. I'm thinking about it. I think they're about even. Midra is like an old Souls boss, really good all around. Yeah, I think so too. I actually, for me, like the whole Frenzied Flame inside of Elden Ring was always a really cool idea. And so like seeing the pinnacle of that in a boss fight was really cool. And to me, it was more cool than Mesmer. And I think the lore behind Midra is also really interesting. Mesmer, like, is also, but, like, I kind of like Midra more. I think that Mesmer probably has a cooler and more interesting attack kit. And I think his, like, it's probably a little bit more flashy, whereas Midra is much more of, like, a dance. So... I'd go back and forth about this. Midra should lose points solely about how The way she is with the empty abyssal woods, cut content zone that's annoying to run through on future playthroughs, no horse too. That is true. You should be able to get a horse in that area. That's a very good point. But yeah, other than that, I think this is pretty interesting. So yeah, I would give it an S. Putrescent Knight. I think this boss fight kind of sucks, to be honest. I don't really like it that much. Yeah, I'm gonna give it like a, I think it's a... I think like right here. Yeah, fight fucking sucks. Yeah, I don't really like it. Hey! Like, this is my opinion, right? Obviously, it's my opinion. But that's what I think. This is the Liza P's boss? Yeah, I love the boss. S tier, LML. Yeah, to me, I thought it was like, it's a cool idea. It's just some of the mechanics for that boss were fucking annoying. I didn't really like it that much. But the lore and everything about it might take it up to a B for me. Okay, next is Radon, consort of Mikola. I'm really trying to think about this and give it the most fair ranking possible. That's what I think. Let me explain why. I think that lore-wise, it was incredibly disappointing to me that the last boss was an old boss that I had already done. I was hoping that it would be Godwyn, like a resurrected Godwyn or something like that, or maybe some form of Queen Marika, or maybe Mikola himself. Radon is not what I had expected, and I think that it was disappointing for a lot of people. It was definitely disappointing for me. I thought that sucked. I also think that because of how blinding the second phase is, visibility on the fight becomes difficulty, which I think is kind of cheesy. This fight is extremely hard. It is a very, very, very hard fight. But that does not make it a good or a bad fight. FPS killer too? Yeah. It's hard for the wrong reasons. Yeah, it's like you have to double roll out of every single attack. I think that all things considered, it's a C tier fight. The harder attack is the frame rate. First phase is so awesome, but man, the second phase is so dumb. There's just too much going on. And NPC talks about how to revive them from earlier on. I know that's the fact. I know that's why. But I think that it's disappointing. I'm sorry, but I wish we got to fight Godwyn. That was... Because that was the only... Basically, that was the... When that...
So the chicken leg got actually nerfed, and you are right now asking yourself, how the F should you actually kill the end boss, promised consort Radahn? Well guys, since the Bloodfiend's arm is actually nerfed, what we are going to use is the Bloodfiend's arm. Jokes aside, the Bloodfiend's arm is still very overpowered, and I'm gonna abuse the situation for actually showcasing you right now an enhanced version of the whole build. Yes, I have... So the chicken leg got actually nerfed. And you are right now asking yourself, how the F should you actually kill the end boss, promised consort Radahn? Now, as
This video is in regards to the situation involving Dantes, Laura. The situation all began after they speak, this tweet and on stream,
as some kind of truth bomb. The fact that this disgusting fucking piece of shit okay, but I'm
I'm watching the debate. I never watch the debates. This is the only one that I've been somewhat interested in watching just because of how outrageous it seems, and from all the clips I'm seeing, it's even more so than I expected with Joe Biden actually not being able to put together a sentence. I just clicked on the first article that came up when it said debate, and I'm getting like a transcription. My son was not a loser. He's not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser. Joe Biden. Every clip I've seen here so far has been like the same energy as my favorite Joe Biden clip where he's like, America can be summed up in a single word. Foothills and the Malaysians. That seems to be like the whole debate right now. The debate's live streamed on CNN's YouTube channel. Is it? I looked through 3 different articles, not a single one of them said that. Alright. $1.5 million watching. Damn, this YouTube channel's popping.
Another $8,000. Anybody making under $70,000 a year can be able to get $15,000 toward the ticket. fruition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years.
Am I allowed to watch this while on YouTube? I don't know how that works actually with CNN. On Twitch I know it's fine, but I don't know if YouTube allows it. I'll let this ride a little bit longer to see if I get a DMCA notice.
That general got fired because he's the one who's acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increase and blow up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted that him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford.
No one
President
here looks
Trump, both
human.
You and President Biden.
Well, like the way that they look, it just looks so not human. I watched it wasn't a VFX team, it was a practical effects team going over like some of the masks they use for their animatronics, and it actually just looks like both of their skin. Like, it actually looks like their faces. They legitimately don't look real. They're so old. There's a recent virtue. Yeah, I'll turn it up. It's just, I imagine it's just from Biden because he's kind of like ASMRing it, at least from all the clips I've seen.
I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. They pay a price for it.
I hope everything goes well, Imagine.
I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border?
What does that have to do with the question of what would he do to make childcare more affordable? Did I miss something?
Many from prisons, many from mental institutions. Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think...
And so that's what you'll do for childcare? What does this have to do with the question?
Our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America.
Damn right.
We're the finest military in the history of the
Our
world.
fucking cheeseburgers and titties, baby.
No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to.
Everyone loves America.
Nobody. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online.
Thanks, Zeki.
159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians. They've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. You can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is no one doing anything to deal with.
It's just the RNG, the form at the top for the giveaway.
We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men, of single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me. I'll show you. I will show you. And they rate me one of the best. Okay. And
Mr. Trump, the question was about childcare. Shut the fuck up. This guy's the worst.
I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the 2 of you, are going to pay.
And the children.
Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I grow up and I see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden? Well, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about it.
This is like 2 kids arguing. No, this guy smells the worst. Your face is stupider.
I said I never
Check the polls. Look at the facts.
I didn't. This tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are important. Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number 1. Number 2, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up.
Let me just say, as president, I'm going to go through and slap every single goddamn needle out of everyone's hand. That's how I'm tackling it.
Primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now?
Boots on the ground tactics.
Who are struggling to get the treatment they need.
To finish up, the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy.
Can you stop asking me questions? I'm not answering them. So back to about who's the worst.
He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with him something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries and there was more to come. But he hasn't done
I guess still in
He
there.
hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit.
Yuriko's a very popular one if you want to try Yuriko Commander Steuben.
The worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then
drugs were extinct for a little while. Everyone knows that.
Across the border, it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen. The way they can spot it.
Yeah, the super dog, Flippy.
And we were getting very low numbers, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers. Have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even lower because the gotaways. They don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking.
Joe, are you alive over there? What?
Across the border, the worst thing I've ever seen. At numbers.
It's like looking at a cadaver.
But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden.
Fentanyl and bypass fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we used the machinery that can detect fentanyl. These big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together. This bipartisan deal.
Yeah, good question, Adari.
More be able to detect drugs. More of a number.
Oh, that's huge, Farm.
Of agents,
Is
more numbers of all people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President.
I've got an alternative strategy, Mr. Biden.
Americans in the throes
To tackle the opioid crisis, why don't we get everyone addicted to Pokemon and Magic cards? They won't be able to afford drugs.
He ended catch
It'll
and release,
boost our
and
economy
catch
as well.
and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter.
It's crazy, huh?
I think a good guy. And he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have
that would be a
him
big
out
strat regret.
very quickly. As soon as I take office, before I take office, I said by literally, as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you,
The art of the deal.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden,
You're
will
old.
be 86
Oh!
at the end of your second term.
Yeah.
How do you address concerns
Oh, he looks to be
about
in good
your
health.
capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second.
That was
youngest
back when we were
person
still etching on
ever
tablets,
elected to the
Joe.
United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less company. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look, I've turned around.
I'm
the
5 years to
horrible
members, Zeke.
situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea, the kids increased that 40% of the market. We invented the chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a profit. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And then, guess what? Those fabs they call that to build these chips, those fabs are over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion.
Man, I've heard the word billion already 40 times.
The United
Jesus.
States created significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you
What?
have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country.
The question's about your age, brother.
We're the envy of the world. Maybe
Talk about riding a bike or something.
Country president wouldn't trade places with the United States of America. All our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and our those who he cuddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you.
Thank you for explaining why you're not that old, actually.
At the end of your second term, what do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even seniors, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape.
Did they have a golf 1v1? I miss it on Rust?
25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
God, I love the way he speaks.
President
I
Biden?
took some cognitive tests. It's the highest scores I've ever seen. It was off the fucking charts. I haven't seen it since fucking Albert Einstein was alive. So I love that. It's so silly.
So anyway, that's what anyway. Just take a look at what he says he is.
Thanks for 5 gifted members, Hoffman.
Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf with a carry-on bag. Think you can do it?
It was a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
This is the worst thing I've seen in my life.
But
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay,
Let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
Let's not act like children.
I can hit a ball 255 yards with my eyes closed.
that voters have about you.
One hand behind my back.
Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been
Thanks
exhausted,
for 5
that
gifts,
you
sub
will
Speedy.
accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements...
Honestly, just, have this next debate over the back 9.
You would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made, in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police.
True Cryptic.
And as
Thanks
Nancy
for 5 gifted
Pelosi
members,
said,
David.
it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something.
In between questions, it looks like Joe Biden temporarily powers down to conserve battery.
At one of my many
Then, like,
places,
reactivates
enjoying
halfway through.
myself, I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. The only reason I'm here is he's so bad, president.
Yeah, I guess.
But I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies
And not enough
are
golf.
so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un, Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these Putin, they don't respect him, they don't fear him, they have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
World War II. Let him follow what you mean and let him do what you want. Just do what you want. Just do for Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all. Required response. The idea. I can't think of a single major leader in the world who would take the job I've done with their time. Because we're a powerful nation. We have wonderful peace. Because of the people. Not me, because of the people. We can't do anything. Step up and we need it. And right now, we need it.
On the golf course.
Because the law and safety is at stake. And again, we want to have a war, just let people go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places around the border.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might. Russia.
I fucking love that.
They took a lot of land from Bush.
The question was,
They took a
don't
lot of
care.
land from
Hey,
Obama.
you want a war? Step
They
outside.
took no land,
I'll show you a war.
from Trump. Nothing. He knew not to do it. Not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me.
Oh, sweet. Well, thank you for that, Mark. I hope you're doing
Now
well.
he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started.
There's the 10 gifted members, Hoffman.
And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you asked me a question before, would you do this with... He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia. Because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of
God,
people,
the
they're
way
running out of
Joe
soldiers,
Biden
they've
looks
lost
at
so
people
many
reminds me of the
people.
movie
It's
It
so sad.
Follows. I just watched that for the first time. Like, if for some reason I was in this debate and he was looking at me like that, I'd be terrified.
Stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace.
Oh, Jesus,
And
Ollie,
again,
thank you for the big
no
drop. Thank you for the generosity.
No political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level, because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose your game, you accept it anyway. You can't stand the loss. Something snapped when you lost last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live and close.
And what a fiery debate it is. I think maybe one question has been directly addressed. Perhaps. Ish. Kind of. Loosely. Tangentially, maybe. I think the most cohesive segment was when they were talking about golf. This is... do that. There's Yusuf Jolly in the prime winter and dark. Oh, we're back.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We found ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this video,
Me?
do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody making $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that will be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after where we had the pandemic. And he found himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more, a 3 to 10% tariff on everything in the United States of America. What I did, well, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare to, for the ability for us to be able to negotiate drug pricing with the pharma. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35. It's not still $14. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter what how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America who wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. We're going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems.
Lead
for people
pipes?
across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation.
Is there a lead pipe epidemic?
Thank you, President Biden. President
What?
Trump, you now have
Lead
2 minutes
pi-
for your
lead
closing
pipes?
statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. and he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do. All he does is make our country
Oh,
unsafe
wow.
by allowing
Yeah.
millions and millions of people.
I
to
didn't
fall
even
in.
know this was an
Our
issue
military
going on.
doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do
Whoa.
business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from the medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space.
No one's ever seen anything like it.
materials
The best
instead
in
of going to
history, actually.
Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers. For our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves. And they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate.
Oh, damn. I thought maybe there'd be like one more, like an epilogue statement. And one more time, I'll take Trump any day on the green. What happened? It got so somber there. Is everything okay? What is happening over there? What was they look so lost?
You can try space
analysis of this debate.
Oh, damn. I thought maybe there'd be like one more, like an epilogue statement. And one more time, I'll take Trump any day on the green. What happened? It got so somber there. Is everything okay? What is happening over there?
of gold shall all be dead in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
take Trump any day on the.
Hey guys, I want to start off the video by asking, have you ever had kids? Do you consider having them situational disabilities? Well, today's the video for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I like to look at situations from a very nuanced take and kind of like look beyond the noise on the internet. That's one of the things that I like doing on my channel. And you know what I like talking about as well? Video games. So let's mix the two together. Now, in the last 2 weeks, a game known as Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree dropped, okay? A DLC for Elden Ring, which is by far, some people would say, one of the hardest games that you could find on the market. I disagree, but we'll get to that in a second. Now, to understand, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree has basically been one of the big gaming phenomenons to come out. People have been playing it, basically prepping themselves for the DLC, going into the DLC, getting absolutely slaughtered, and then coming out victorious after a severe hazing the game gives you. Not the kind of hazing Tech Lead likes to put people through, but that's a whole different story. Now, I saw this clip floating around on the old timeline, and I wanted to show you exactly what was going through over here, ladies and gentlemen. And basically, I'm going to let you guys sort of judge it for yourself.
There are long-term disabilities, there are situational disabilities, there are temporary disabilities. It counts as a disability where a video game like Elden Ring is concerned if you have a kid. You have a 2-year-old, you're trying to play Elden Ring, you can't pause. That is a situational disability that you have, where the game not having the option for you to be able to pause, for example, is a hindrance for your particular disability.
Whoa, that's pretty wild. You got a 2-year-old? That's a bit of a situational disability, because you can't really, for example, pause an Elden Ring. Now, I kind of, posted this, retweeted it, and I basically said, bro, it's a pause button. Not the wildest thing to implement. Also, as a PC gamer who had to pause during Elden Ring, here's a pro tip. Go to the task manager and pause the process. Yeah, I'm one of those nerds where if I need to absolutely pause a game that's unfucking pausable, I just open up the task manager, send it a little signal interruption, and I fuck off and do whatever I have to. Now, it's true, a lot of FromSoft games, with the exception of Sekiro, do not have a pause button. These are games where the only real way to pause is to quit to the main menu, saving your position in the game, or by sitting at one of the sites of grace, the bonfires, and just going away. I've done this from time to time. Like, if I have to do stuff around my house, I'll sit at a grace for like 15 minutes, go do my thing, come back, get up, and start the whole process all over again. Now, I want to just reference exactly where, like, one of the things Elena was leading to. And it was actually this inclusive Microsoft design toolkit where they talk about permanent, temporary, and situational disabilities. So immediately, let's start with the permanent, okay? You've got people with one arm, okay? They can't really touch everything that well, okay? They're missing 50% of their arm touching capabilities. Understandable. Are you blind? Well, you can't really see permanently. Are you deaf? You can't hear permanently. Do you have nonverbal situation? You can't speak permanently. What about temporary, ladies and gentlemen? Well, you could have an arm injury, okay? Maybe you were whacking off too much, and now you're paying the price. You have cataracts? Well, you're temporary until you get that.
It's fitting in. Smell the Cali in my blood, we got the latest crib. Federale in the truck, we better dip it quick. It's a real strange town that we living in, brother, but my strange town crowd's always fitting in. By rolling with the wrong hitters. See us lonely at the top, but all my dons winners. I know they call me melatonin, cause I seen them sleeping on me. Now they washed up in the forest, trying to run with us, brothers, you can run with me. Grab the gun, Jimmy. Drop the road, I got my daughters and my sons with me. And when I'm high above the city, pockets chunking, looking Philly, looking down like what a pity that I'm done with you, baby. We gon' take it back, Uganda, find my uncles in the lands, and I'ma tell them all the stories of my tigers in the man. I lost my rider to a dagger, so I'm gliding off the rammer, and I'm singing to a Ryan, keep it sacred in my stanza, dog, picture it. Pour the alley in my cup and then I'm chipping it. I used to dream about you, girl, and now I'm dipping it. It's a real strange town that we living in, brother, but my strange town crowd's always fitting in. Smell the Cali in my blood, we got the latest crib. Federale in the truck, we better dip it quick. It's a real strange town that we living in, brother, but my strange town crowd's always fitting in. Smell the Cali in my blood, we got the latest crib. Federale in the truck, we better dip it quick. It's a real strange town that we living in, brother, but my strange town crowd's always fitting in. On the timepiece, wasn't from the house of white, Killy. The Irie, take me for 1,000 nights. Brothers life in, they ain't gotta count the nights. Am I gonna twice it when I'm shouting out the guys? Or am I shouting free my guys? Blowing weed to the sky, trying to clean my mind. I bleed and cry just to reach some heights and see some demons of the lights. Man, the peak ain't bright. And now I'm swimming through the purple ocean, sipping on some player potion, strapped up in a cloud of potent lucky. And now I'm seeing me up on the telly screen. Now I see my baby in a wedding ring. Now I see my figures in the 100,000 digits, man, that's written.